Right, back with more GemCraft. I reviewed my notes to myself from last episode. I think I have an idea of what I want to work on here. I might do some endurance rounds just to get some free XP. I'm pretty close to level 40 here, which is going to get me a few more level ups. Let me find stages where I haven't already done endurance. So I can hover really quick to see, to eyeball it. I don't know why. Sometimes it shows the color in like bright yellow. I've done endurance on a lot of these stages. Like I haven't done it here. Literally just free points. Then let's see. How do I want to do this? I'll have to come through here, right? Regardless. I don't really have a great setup for tons of traps, but traps have been pretty good. I think I've got dual gem mastery running right now. Let's see. I thought that was the exit. Whoops, that's my wizard tower. Let's restart. Alright, so here is where we want to be. Okay, I can make that work. Do a pure green on a trap. I guess the problem with putting a trap there is they're not going to survive very long to take the full damage from it. So let's see what happens. Probably have a single tower down here. I just want to make sure I can get everything from this building. I guess I could also try to just destroy that building, in which case it's not even a problem. That might be doable. Need to have 2 tier 3 gems to destroy it, it looks like. Probably extra valuable to destroy buildings in this mode. Because you just keep getting waves forever, right? Come on. There we go. Building destroyed. It can still come from that side. Okay. That's important to know. Doesn't matter if I do completely terrible on endurance, because I can get points regardless of when I die. That's good. Let's try to do some merging here. Probably a fine place to put a gem. I don't think purple's very good in a trap. We really want poison if we can get it. Alright, this is the wave where I get fucked up, I think. Also, I don't think shock is super great in traps. Slow is pretty good. Let's do that. Really wish I had a better handle on when to activate the mana pool upgrade. Don't feel like the option to select that is terribly interesting, but it's a pretty significant opportunity to misplay. Should help a little bit. Reduce armor, chance to shock. It's orange blue, so I could do blue again. It's also orange blue, okay. Oh, this might kill me here. Let's see. Ouch. See if I can even get a chance to combine these. That's fine, just here for XP. Trying to get level 40. Gets me a new mission type. Let's try it on this one. Haven't done it on this level, right? Endurance 0, okay. Actually, let me back out really quick. Return to map. Just want to make sure that if I'm running pure gems or dual gems right now. Mana gain mastery, dual gem mastery. Okay, that was correct. I really want the increased range. I think that's like busted once you get a lot of it. That and the fire speed. Like all of the upgrades are not created equal at all. Some of them are like insanely more powerful than others. Hides a cave entrance at the base. My wizard tower. I wanted to build towers. I'm blocked from putting them there, so it might be economical to destroy one. Oh. And I have a thing that blocks me from building traps there. Mana and then a regular thing to start with. Let's see. Gonna need more towers. Put something there. Mid-mission I could review which color gems are available on that mission. I don't think that's possible. Oh, I do get orange on this level. Okay, good. Red lime. Those guys will get through. It's fine. Doing something here. Red and orange. Try orange and yellow. And any mana upgrades yet. I want more traps. trap where I put it's maybe not in the best possible spot. Orange, orange, red. Do lime red, I guess. Try to get a bunch of mana while I can handle the waves. I never know when it's appropriate to pick that. This is probably going to be the danger wave. Yeah. That's where I die, it might be. Ouch. These bosses too. This is where I get punished for buying all those mana upgrades instead of continuing to do gems for a minute there. I think I have a red yellow sitting around, orange yellow, orange red, lime red. Wish it were slightly easier for me to eyeball dual gem colors. I would love it would show me the exact colors they are on both sides, but I think there's like generic appearances for those. Like, see, like, lime red looks like it's a yellow gem, but it's not, you know? So I can do yellow red. Oh, that's yellow orange, son of a bitch. Probably gonna die here. Got a lead lime, red lime, okay. It's pure red, so I could swap those. It's yellow orange. Pure yellow. Go with that guy. These guys almost all made it through. Death time. Yeah, okay. What we get? Hey, sweet. That's a new mode. That's what we're here for. We got new skills. Max damage. I'm not as excited about max damage as I am about like range and firing speed. Okay, that should be good. I think the new mode is potentially difficult. It's like a time siege one. I have to win in a time limit. I'll give it a try. I don't know what to expect. I think that time limit, does that advance? Okay, so it doesn't care about fast forward. It goes faster if I fast forward. So I have to run the waves more quickly for it to work. I see. So in that case, I guess traps are really good on this stage. Actually don't want to fast forward when I'm making important decisions here. Guess this means certain levels are way harder than others. Probably fine. Okay, that was actually quite easy. Maybe it's balanced by there being like a maximum amount of XP that I can realistically get out of it. Okay. Let's do those for some of the easy levels here. This one blocks me from building traps. Hey, Darkstar, how you doing? Purple, orange, pure purple. Okay. One's pure cyan, which we want dual gems, not pure gems. It's unfortunate. Gem's a gem, I guess. See how bad I get annihilated here. I'll be okay, actually. So I don't think it cares how much time I have left on the time limit as long as I pass it. Okay, cool. These are inherently rather quick since I have to rush through them anyway, you know? That's a little scary. Doable, though. Lime blue, blue lime, okay. Shit, that might have been a fatal error, let's see. Okay, I recovered. A little scary. Come on. Ooh, it was kind of close. All right, I gotta be a little bit more aggressive. Hey, level up, nice. All right, keep doing range, I think. I think range is pretty busted. Great. It's time siege, time siege, time siege. This one just gives me gems at the start. For the traps, I mean. One. That's great. One again, okay. Green, red there. Gotta be rushing the waves, I keep forgetting. Should help. Come on. Nice. Probably can get these while doing call the waves. Should just try to force myself to call them all. Guessing this time limit gets very difficult at these higher tiers, so I'm not going to get a lot of XP to squeeze out of it. They can all go here, right? Fail to do that. Something in there. One's orange red. Cyan green. Still purple green. Last one. It'll be fine, okay. Ooh. You've won at least 5 battles in time siege mode. Nice. Free level up from that. close to the max range. It's starting to get really expensive to get range levels. I'd rather get the fire rate upgrade. I do think the range increase is huge for being able to knock out these earlier stages faster. Battle gives triple XP in this mode. Alright, so this is a kind of annoying level. It's already a red-orange. It's not ideal. Slime red, I can do that. Slime blue. Go, go, go. It just goes to show how crazy all my upgrades are that I can do this much damage. That range upgrade is nuts. Hey, called all the waves early, nice. 50 monsters in a row, no traps, no towers, no gem bombs. Okay. Okie doke. Let's keep doing that until I fail the level and feel like there's no way I can make it happen. That's the wizard tower. Oh, sure. This might not be great, actually. Move it further in, potentially. Going fine. It's already green orange, green orange. Oh, thank you, giant range increase. Saved my bacon there. Would have been hosed. Let's let it go. I think we're fine. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't watching time. Shit. Okay. Again. I can hit everything from here because of my increased range. It's probably a smarter place to put it. N to advance the waves. Uh-oh. Green, cyan, orange, green. Okay. Much better on time this time. That's more like it. Okay. It's grinding out XP to make the higher levels more viable. Keep doing this mode. It seems fine with all my power-ups. We're all infested. Okay. The only entrance, there aren't any like off-screen entrances that aren't a building, so could theoretically try to destroy these. No, it's probably not worth it. I should try to destroy the healing thing. I don't think I can get other oranges in this map. Okay. Guess I could use the starting ones and then throw gem bombs to recreate it, but I can never tell when that's worth doing. Like, I have absolutely zero vision for the efficacy of that. Maybe the later games give you more visual indications of when to do certain things like that, but this one certainly does not. Should be enough to just clear it, maybe. Sweet. Review these. Victory amulets. Okay, so I get another one for getting 10 battles. Time siege mode. Get diminishing returns over time. Okay. Shrine burst amulets. Take this guy back down. Still has another level up. I think range is still more directly impactful, even like 1%. Combination of range and recharge speed. It's crazy, it feels like. Just did time siege for that one. Let's try this one. Alright, there's a wizard tower. I could put everything here. What's the reason to not do that? I can safely put a trap on the way in there. Green, orange, orange, green. Yeah, I have no idea how to assess that, Robinson. Range seems to mean, when combined with fire speed, seems to mean that it can hit things earlier on the path and later on the path. And the fact that it's 1% doesn't matter, because the way this game is structured, it might allow you to get an extra shot off that you otherwise wouldn't get while the tower is just sitting idle. But I feel like I don't have the in-game tools to analyze the efficacy of it. Just kind of have to guess. This is like supremely a vibes game. And I have a lot of things getting in the way of me developing vibes. I know that since dumping everything into recharge speed and range, these levels that were previously giving me lots of problems are trivial even while spamming the advanced wave button, and it's the main thing that's changed. You guys need to move a little bit faster, y'all. Oh, they're not gonna die in time, motherfucker. It's annoying. Like that, I don't think I had any way of knowing that I was already doomed at that point in the level. Fuck. I guess maybe I should modify my expectations, and everyone's like, ah, but have you considered that 1% range might not be worth the opportunity cost and other skills unlocked? It's like, are you saying that I should be able to assess that from the skills screen? Or are you saying I should try flopping it with other things and just brute force attempt it over and over until I figure out whether it's worth it or not? I don't have the brain to assess that from the skills screen. That means nothing to me. Speed up fast here. Had the exact same problem. Maybe we'll kill him in time this time. Okay. Okay. I want to get the reward for doing 10 of these. This level's annoying. Probably already have problems with a single tower there. Okay. I only launched the first one until I get enough mana to make a second one. I can start launching them all early. Orange, yellow, orange, red. Another orange, red. Lime red. Yellow red. I think we're okay. You know how long it takes this wave to come out. There we go. This level, I don't need more traps. level 4. I can't eyeball that easily, though, unfortunately. Got it here, I think. Slightly in trouble, but... Eventually I'm going to get a level where I get my ass kicked trying to do time siege, but so far it's been pretty reasonable. Just because all my ability upgrades have completely broken the game. I get something there. Cyan orange. An orange red. Doesn't look like cyan or orange. I keep thinking that's like a green, blue or something. Little gem colors are really hard for me to keep on top of. Orange red. Oh, I screwed that up. Shit. I'm confused. The gigantic DPS loss, the way I'm currently playing this. Green. Might be in trouble on time. Yeah, so some of them have to go through and loop all the way back around. I'm not going to get to them in time. No, bummer. I could have hit this thing, but I could never tell how much damage that's going to do. Do this one more time. Green, orange, purple, orange, green. I haven't done anything with red yet. Okay. Red, cyan, orange, green, orange, purple. Purple, green, orange, green. Do that. And hopefully my buffer mana is enough here. Okay. Slightly different than last attempt. Punishing to miss any of the early wave calls, you lose out on a lot of XP. Once I go past this bridge, it's going to be really rough for me to continue to progress, because I'm quite bad. Will somebody will level up? Can I eyeball that somewhere? Oh, wow, ridiculously close. Okay, I'll get one on this stage, and then I can try doing some more current stages. Okay, this one. Wizard Tower, they come from all these sides. I automatically get some traps here. What were the colors for this level? No orange. Green, lime, red, purple. Unfortunately, they give me trap. Well, I guess they're all going to go on those traps no matter what, so those are worth using. See what that accomplishes by default there. Not amazing. Not an actual tower, so you have to build at least one tower. Poison, and then mana, and then this guy, and then just put something in there so that something's happening, I guess. Poison trap there is quite good. Okay. Purple. Swap that in here. Try doing that as a red-blue maybe. Don't really have anywhere to put a lime. Shit. It's wrong button press. I already fucked that one up. Shit. God, it's so annoying. You screw up a dual gem. It's so hard to tell from the graphic. It'd be so much simpler, I think, if they just like tried to bifurcate the gem and show the colors, the constituent colors on both sides. And can dream. Do that. Okay. Though those enemies at the end being so slow might get me in trouble here. Let's see. Okay, not too bad. This should be a level up. Huzzah. Okay. Max damage I'm not super sold on. Also not sold at all on Prismatic Gem Mastery. Seems like it's like incredibly inefficient compared to every skill on the board. I could start doing these other gem masteries to start with some of these colors, but I feel like their utility is lessened by the fact that I don't have access to those on every map. Replenish, maybe. Each point of turbulence is ridiculously expensive. It seems really surprising to me that max damage makes that much of a difference. I feel like you end up wasting so much damage from overkill, right? One of these are gems that I don't really care about that much. Maybe the poison mastery would be good. The gem deployment skill seems like it's a trap, because like you should be playing smartly and not have to worry about fast deployment. I think a lot of what keeps me from experimenting in this game is the time cost for deploying gems. Like, I kind of wish it didn't exist. All of these are super expensive. Okay. Do mana replenish then, I guess. This game makes it very easy to trivially misplay. Okay, let's try this one, just the normal version of the level. What was my gem list for this one? Is it powerful because it's prismatic, or is it powerful because you happen to have gotten a tier 7 gem? Red, blue, orange. Okay. Take my time now. Infested building, wizard tower, infested building. Is that just a random mathematical truth of the game? I thought that each time you like diluted gems by combining them, that their constituent effects got less powerful than if they were pure. Is it just that once there's 8 gems, all of those numbers go up magically? Oop. Swap those, I think. Actually, maybe not. A bit of a mistake. Yeah, I'm gonna lose because of that. Just inherently. Where is that stated? Is there like a pop-up that says, oh, because it's prismatic, it gets... Is it like double the stats? Like, how do you know that? Screaming and crying and shitting. That seems to break the rules of the game. It's hard to parse some of the wisdom about this game because sometimes it seems like things become true in later entries in the franchise. And maybe were true in prior entries or were made more explicit in later entries, but secretly true in prior entries, right? Orange, blue, blue, orange. Okay. Burrito doesn't happen. Blue, orange, red, blue. Only a thing in this game. So the skill that enhances them is made better by the fact that they're inherently stronger. Okay. It also seems like prismatic gems are a thing that realistically you're only ever encountering like 20 plus hours into this game when you have sufficient skill points to be able to make them in a game. I haven't had terribly many games where I even have a tier 7 gem at all. I think one of my issues with GemCraft is that it's too open, right? They give you, even when levels are restricted on what kind of gems you can bring, the skill system explicitly breaks those rules. I think that makes it harder to learn lessons. I feel like they could make it so that the late game significantly opens up, right? And that the early game is really restricted. It'd be cool if you had a level where it's like you need to build a prismatic gem to win, right? And you can learn, oh, it does more damage or whatever. I guess that's what I was learning seemed to be the issue with RTS games too, that like Brood War I found to be better than the base campaign of StarCraft 2 because it was better about restricting what units you could build on which levels or making you do a certain strategy so that you could understand why you would use it in the future. Like, I'm not throwing gems to enhance the waves because I have no idea what that actually... Like, I can do it, but I think the effect on the score is completely inscrutable to someone who hasn't played the game a bajillion times. I can never tell whether it's worth gem bombing the waves versus using the gems for other purposes to end the waves faster, right? There's like so many different avenues to increase score, How does a player analyze at any given second which of those is the best to do? I have no fucking idea. Okay. Like, theoretically, there's some score equivalence between hitting the mana pool, killing the waves faster, gem bombing the waves, getting medals for doing things like never throwing a gem bomb, advancing all the waves early, right? Like, some of those are, if you do one, you can't do the other. And it seems completely impossible for me to tell what the relationship between them is and how a player might arrive at that relationship outside of playing GemCraft games for like hundreds of hours and just aggressively trying something even when you have a strategy that works. Experimenting for its own sake. Yeah. I totally understand that I want to go for score because it's XP, but I don't, like, there are many avenues to getting score. And maybe that's another solution, is breaking out score into different buckets of advancement currency, right? Instead of it all just degenerating to score, it makes it hard for me to say at any given moment, is it mana pool? Is it another tower? Is it gem? Is it bombing a wave? Is it advancing the wave early because I have the material to do that safely? It's like the Stardew Valley problem of, oh look, there's a dozen different crops you can grow, but one of them is the most efficient per dollar spent. But here it's asking you to make that what's the best Stardew Valley crop to grow analysis in like every frame of gameplay. And I don't even like, and the math to determine that is completely obfuscated as far as I can tell, right? Maybe there's a way to know it. Carefully studying all the tooltips, pausing the game to look at them and compare or something. It beats the hell out of me. Orange red, okay. Yeah, but whether I can handle starting a wave early is based on how many gems I've built, right? So like there have got to be times where I can choose between expanding my mana pool instead of expanding my towers such that I can start a wave early, right? And like expanding the mana pool gives me X points, and starting the wave early and clearing it without it causing any deaths is giving me Y points. Is X greater than Y for any given wave? I don't think a human can calculate that. I mean, maybe you get a feel for it eventually, but... God, really wants to give me lime gems here. These are both orange reds, okay. Some accidents. I think I fucked that up. It's pure lime. I wish I could feel the weight of the mana pool button. I think it's powerful, and it's powerful to do early. Like, when I first started playing GemCraft Chapter 1, I would, like, thought the mana pool button was OP and that I should mash it constantly. And it got me into trouble all the time, so I stopped. And now I still pass levels fine, but maybe I'm passing levels with, like, half the overall score because I'm not tapping it as frequently or something. I know I'm leaving score on the table from not pressing it. Wish I could understand this game. This one. No, we got cheap infested buildings that I could try to destroy. I don't know how much damage this does. Okay, tier 3 is enough to destroy them. But then I don't have a tower. And also I didn't finish destroying that building because it's somewhat randomized. There is no god. Okay. Guess maybe destroying the building also, like, limits the amount of score that I can get, because then monsters don't come out of those buildings for me to kill. I think? Don't actually know. Okay, they actually all died with one hit that time. Uh-oh. A little concerning. Once I hit the big boy. A lot of these levels, too, aren't, like, sufficiently different from one another, I think. Wonder if someone's made, like, because I know these have level creators, right? Someone's made, like, a fan GemCraft campaign where the levels are highly unique from one another and are, like, force you to understand certain concepts or limitations. I guess you can't really do it with a stage design because the stages aren't really limited at all. Combine those. I guess the thing that feels unique is the game modes. And then there are certain stages where the game mode and the stage interact to make an interesting puzzle to solve. Like Swarm is crazy on certain stages and no big deal on others. I wonder now if it's like, for me to have any chance of understanding a game like this, do the waves need to be completely uniform like Creeper World, or there's just a goo that's advancing, it always works the same way no matter what? Because I guess that happens to me pretty frequently in these stages. Like, I feel like I'll have a handle on the waves and there'll just be a boss wave where it's like, oh, wave 27, I needed to have a tower built here with this level of gem, and because I didn't, I failed, right? So my brain can always like chalk up a failure to, oh, it was a quirk of a wave. Because that's the general problem with RTS games too, is that it's difficult for me to learn general lessons about play behavior when a few minutes into a stage, a dragon could just come flying in and burn my whole base down. And I think my brain interprets that as just like random noise. Like, oh, you didn't fuck up because of this, because your economy wasn't tight. You fucked up because there was a dragon that the computer has been building for 30 minutes that showed up and kicked your ass, you know what I mean? I have an intense desire to intuitively understand RTS and RTS adjacent games, and I think I just might need to like come to grips with the likely reality that I'll never get it. These are all comparably expensive. The problem with the specific color gem masteries is that they're kind of terrible until they're really good, but it's hard to know to mess around with putting a couple points in there. I feel like I did Majesty for a single session. Rings a bell. Yeah, I did 2 episodes of Majesty in 2021. That's right. Yeah, I kind of like that element of it. The one that has worked the best for me was, without a doubt, Creeper World. And we'll see if the later Creeper World sequels maintain that, but I completely understood that game. I was able to subconsciously learn how to play it just through trial and error. I feel like the game was constantly reinforcing good behavior and punishing bad behavior. What a weird level layout. So we just fill all of these because we may as well, right? have to come through there. See how this plays out. Let's at least get on the train of making all these into dual gems. Do a little bit more damage. Green, go on any of these guys. Lime green. It's so hard to remember what each of the gems is. It's really annoying. Limited orange here. This level is kind of fun. I don't hate it. A slightly better conception of what they want from me. Green lime. Also lime green, okay. Each of these are orange, part orange. Lime green. Green blue. Also green blue, although they look different because of the order of the colors, which also makes me want to scream a little bit. Orange blue, orange green, orange lime. Now I'm being punished for my hubris, apparently. And I don't have a single lime in that color. God. Huzzah. Oh, nowhere near. Nowhere near at all. I imagine you don't max out all the skills until you literally perfect every single stage in every single mode, and there seems to be way too much XP for that to be possible. Interesting. This seems like a fine spot. Been thinking a lot about Terran and Bunny struggles with the roguelike as a genre, finds the kind of procedural nature of a lot of the content to be a big impediment towards enjoying games. Feels like they can't learn things from mistakes in those games because they don't know if they failed because they personally made a mistake or because of they getting screwed over by RNG. And I don't have that experience with roguelikes. It's one of my favorite genres. Like, I think there's some really cool design space in those games, and the randomness, like, without being able to articulate it really well, affords a sort of plausible deniability to failure where you can kind of write off a mistake as, oh, that wasn't my fault, I just got a bad seed or whatever, right? But you also kind of have the feeling that if a roguelike is designed well, that you'll never completely die due to RNG, unless if you're playing a really, really brutal one or something. Usually, problems are solvable with adequate preparation and experience with what's able to be generated. But I bring this up to say that I don't experience the same frustration with the genre that Terran experiences, but I also find myself completely incapable of expressing in English why I don't feel that way, right? Like, Terran's argument is sound. Like, I don't like when I fail in a game and don't know why I failed, and it could have been randomness, or it could have been because I pressed the wrong button or I took the wrong skill, right? It seems like a legitimate complaint, and I can't really say why I don't feel that way. So I bring that up to say, like, I can maybe kind of abstractly understand why people who like RTS games and RTS adjacent games like GemCraft, when else I'll sit here and complain and say, how am I supposed to know that I'm supposed to do this? How am I supposed to feel whether I should gem bomb a wave or use a mana pool or whatever? I'm guessing the answer is you just know, dude. You're just supposed to know. You can't like use English to explain what you're supposed to do because it's like completely vibes based. Maybe there's some like, I don't know if it's a brain chemistry thing or if it's like a nurture thing, that if you're exposed to games like this early in your childhood, when your brain's a little bit more plastic, you can kind of like feel that out more easily. Every step linearity is disrupted makes it more and more incomprehensible. Sure. It's tough to wrap my head around. I feel like it's the ultimate concession to just be like, well, maybe these games will never work for me. Like I don't want to believe that. I aggressively don't want to believe that. I have this feeling that one day I'm just gonna pick one of these up and just like completely get it and have it click. And I occasionally get hints that that might be true, right? You know, I'll play Creeper World and like kind of get how an RTS is supposed to feel just because it smooths out the enemy aggression and makes the pressure a completely constant force acting on you. Like then my brain can process the information and learn naturally. And similarly, you know, people will argue, well, maybe Souls-like as a genre isn't for everybody, but then they'll play some specific Souls-like. They'll specifically play Bloodborne, and Bloodborne will make the genre click for them, and then they can then go back and play Dark Souls and Sekiro or whatever, right? So I continue to like yearn for the one specific game in this genre that suddenly makes it all click, that I can go back to Warcraft 1 and just fucking trounce it. I guess I've learned enduring lessons that if I were to go back to Warcraft 1, I would probably do better. Like I've learned some rules about like building inescapable death balls that I didn't know at the start of that game, but it feels like I'm making like snail's pace progress as opposed to like sudden aha moment click progress. Yeah, absolutely. Dark Souls 1 has a lot of points that are easy to bounce off early. I do like H-Bomber Guy makes the point that like Bloodborne forcing you to not use a shield made the game click for a lot of people for whom it didn't click previously, right? And there might be other little things about games like Bloodborne and Sekiro that are different enough from the mainline games to make it go, oh, now I get it. Oh, okay, well this is an interesting map, a more interesting map at least. Okay. So how close is nearby? What's stopping me from just building here and being fine, though? Can I see what the invulnerability range is on these things? I don't think they tell me that. I just wanted to see if the invulnerability thing can still hit them from all the way on this side of the map. Guess it would be a waste if those were still up and I had a tower here that wasn't able to hit them because of that. Okay, hold on. Probably ultimately want to destroy these guys too. Yeah, that's trap the fire. Start me with a cyan orange gem. That's really strange. Play through half of 2 different Fire Emblem games before deciding you don't like Fire Emblem. Yeah. I guess the thing that's an interesting thing to bring up, because I think the thing that bothers me is the distinct feeling, not that I've learned that I don't like RTS games, because it's still possible that one day I'll get RTS games and still not like them. They won't be enjoyable. But it's the distinct feeling that I don't know what I'm doing at all. And I can't even, like, abstractly imagine somebody enjoying these games, them being anything other than permanent stress. And so, like, I can apply that understanding when people say that they don't like Dark Souls because Souls games are stressful. I'm like, well, they're not stressful for me, but I guess I can understand how you arrive at that, right? I can't even, like, conceptually imagine what it must be like to feel anything other than, what am I doing? Am I gonna win? Am I wasting my time for a game like this? Like this, tower defense is better than normal RTS, just to be clear. Like, I can still get the visceral feeling of having a tower that totally annihilates a wave. Oh geez, my capture card just flickered. Hold on. I think that's the first time that's happened, but when it's... You know, if you'll notice it happen again. Inherent difficulty of each game decides how far someone at a certain skill level should get before they start over. And how helpful item pickups are. Someone skilled at Hades can complete the first run and you save. And if they get good RNG, they get an easier run. Yeah. It's interesting. So I think roguelikes are a good case study, because if you had a roguelike where you can get completely fucked, where it's completely out of your control, and it's like obvious that that's the case, like, that would be freeing to me. That would make me feel like I could learn independent of success or failure. It's like, well, I could just get... I'm already dead, right? I guess Fear and Hunger kind of does that with the way combat works and how swingy everything is. Every combat I go into, I'm like, well, I'm already dead, so let me see what I can learn before the fight technically ends, right? So maybe there's just like a bad zone for roguelikes where it's just enough skill-based and just enough RNG-based that you can't really learn if you're making a good build decision or not. I don't know. This specifically came up recently in Golden Krone Hotel, which is a pretty difficult roguelike, but I think it is true that if you die, it's because you made a mistake somewhere earlier in the run. But, like, I guess Darkest Dungeon is your good example, where you can get completely fucked by RNG. It's totally not your fault, but the thing that is your fault is taking the risk of fighting the boss in the first place. You know? Two different playthroughs and gave up before getting out of the first town. Yeah, it certainly helps to lock everything down. It helps to kind of remove the economy aspect. It helps that I know where the computer's coming from. There's no fog of war. I don't think fog is... I think fog is necessary in multiplayer RTS games and, like, antithetical to good design in single-player RTS campaigns. Just delete these, they're annoying. Benedict, why are you being a bad kitty? You and your brother are both being bad. Even Marty's being a bad kitty. conserve MP here. I guess a really good example of a roguelike that I feel like it's easy to learn even with all the RNG is like Slay the Spire, where yes, getting a specific relic or card could potentially make your run, but you're not dependent on that to make your run. Like I think the people who are really good at Slay the Spire basically win every single game, right, regardless of what ascension or difficulty they're playing on, because they're just really good at assessing all the choices that are given to them. It would be interesting to try to find like one of the pro Slay the Spire players who actually loses a run and then diagnoses themselves as having had no way out of failure, right? Probably need to nuke this. Oh, god damn it. Let's see if that's enough. It wasn't 100%. Was he playing on like the highest difficulty or something? Highest ascension? I already fucked this up. If I don't send a second wave, I might be okay. Yeah. There I learned. Turn and phrase the... See if I can recreate. I'm gonna get the exact example wrong, but I was playing Golden Krone Hotel, and I went to a dungeon area where if I had taken the ability that lets you hit all the surrounding tiles with fire, I would have survived, but I didn't take the ability earlier, right? And it wasn't guaranteed that I would have been offered that fire ability, and it also wasn't guaranteed that I would have gone to the zone that would have required the fire ability. So Terranen's point is it's really frustrating when I die there. How was I supposed to know I was supposed to take the fire ability previously in the run? And it's like, well, the answer is, well, you weren't, because you didn't know that you were going to go to the zone that required it, right? Like, I guess the learning you have to make is like, if I choose to go to the zone, I should only go there if I have the fire ability, else I should avoid it entirely, or if I have to go through it, like, skip as much of it as I can because I'm not actually prepared to deal with it, you know? It's the, in Slay the Spire, it's maybe don't build the Shiv build and be too dependent on the Shiv build because you have a chance of going up against the Timekeeper who heavily punishes you for mashing cheap spells over and over, right? Like, I guess that requires that you play through it a few times. Like, it's arguably not sight readable. The first time you run into the enemy and the boss in Slay the Spire that punishes you for spamming cards, you're like, oh shit, that's pretty unfair. Right, but then you know forever on future runs, and because the game is built assuming that you're going to be playing it repeatedly until you eventually win, you're able to learn those things. I guess it's interesting because it's like, why are there some games where I am happy to fail repeatedly and learn through repeated failure, and other games where I feel like, how the fuck was I supposed to know that this game isn't sight readable, right? It's hard for me to articulate the difference for me. I think there is a difference. I think people keep coming back to and saying that, oh, you're not supposed to win a Dungeon Keeper map on your first try, right? You're supposed to play the map, get wrecked because you didn't block the choke point or whatever, find out, oh, I'm supposed to block that choke point, and then start the map over and win. But I think maybe it's like the fact that a single map is like a 30-minute to 60-minute endeavor, and the thing you're supposed to find out doesn't happen until super late, and there are no lessons to learn until you find that out, right? You're just kind of going through rote motions until that point. Like, I guess with a roguelike like Slay the Spire, I might not finally encounter the boss that punishes you for having too many cards to play until I've played the game for like 6 or 7 hours. But each minute of those 6 or 7 hours has been interesting, and I've been learning other lessons along the way. I'm not just repeating something that to this point is rote to finally learn that one lesson and then start over. Every Path of Exile hardcore death is like that. Play for 500 hours and run into the exact right combination of bullshit. Yeah. I guess maybe it just breaks down to distance from mistake to failure. But that can't be the only thing, because that was Terranen's entire point. Terranen saying they don't like roguelikes because they don't know that not choosing the fire ability 10 minutes ago doomed them 10 minutes later. How defeat is treated. If you get a bonus for defeat, you don't mind. As long as the learning curve keeps going up, dying is fine. Yeah. I would agree with that. I'm in an interesting stage of this game now where like my range and fire speed upgrades are so powerful that I can kind of just like not pay attention and plausibly win a regular stage like this, which is kind of annoying. I don't like that. I'd rather get completely destroyed whenever I look at chat and shoot the shit for a minute and then realize, oh shit, I'm sitting on a gem upgrade that I haven't placed. I think that's the death ball problem in RTS games, right? That's like, oh, I could pay attention to all these complicated mechanics. I could try to understand what each of these units do, or I could just make 50 Archons and roll in there and just win without thinking. Win through overwhelming force. I guess the like roguelike equivalent of a win through overwhelming force is a win through overwhelming luck, right? It's like having a completely insane miracle run where you have the exact right combination of relics to be able to steamroll the content without having to think about it. But it's never like a strategy. It's always like pure chance that you stumble on that. No one going through frame by frame could identify what the hell they actually tied to. Amazing. That's hilarious. Incredible. Hey, level up. Oh, don't do more games. Shit, go away. Don't want that. Okay. Oh yeah, I've tried to make that dream happen before. It's the Ironclad, right? You can get like a bunch of fire breathing cards and like the card that lets you draw cards whenever you draw a status card. And then you can try to give yourself a shitload of status cards. I've tried to go for it before just because it's like a super silly Johnny build, but trying to force it is like, I think I've made it happen once. It was cool when it worked. Yeah. Makes the heart at the end quite a bit easier. Okay. I know I never use these things, but probably use the experience one. I don't like even thinking about it. Like, even seeing these makes me mad in a way that's difficult to express why. Like, theoretically, it's extra design space. They all have to come through this tile. Maybe part of it comes down to, I don't like in any game, regardless of genre, when they give you a single unified resource that you're meant to spend on dozens or hundreds of competing options. Right, like Stardew Valley is nothing like an RTS, but I hate the way every crop just degenerates the money. And my ideal version of that game is one where there's a compelling non-degenerate reason to grow every crop for like quests or friendship or something, because like it doesn't even work for friendship, because yeah, maybe this one villager really likes corn or something, but they also probably really like something that's much easier for me to get than corn. But in Stardew, that problem isn't a big enough deal to like meaningfully ruin my enjoyment of the game. It doesn't affect the moment-to-moment gameplay like the correct usage of mana does in this. Here it's like every single action I can do costs mana. And so at any given frame, there is a best thing to spend my mana on. And it, from my perspective, no way for me to really know what that is. Whereas each individual choice point in a game like Golden Crown Hotel or Slay the Spire or whatever is between a much smaller group of options. Which of these 4 potions do you want to drink, not knowing what any of them do, but knowing what each of them could resolve to, right? Like, okay, I can do that analysis. I might make the wrong choice. But it's easier for me to realize when I've made the wrong choice in a situation like that. I think I'm learning in this run that I shouldn't be putting points into mana. I think I can just win. I think the upgrades I have to starting mana mean that it doesn't really matter if I can get an engine going at the start. The exact opposite of my initial lesson about the game. Combine those. All currency items have an inherent value based on what they do to items, right? Which can be measured in some global currency like Chaos Orbs or something. Currency that's useful enough that everybody wants them all the time. Somebody wants them all the time. Yeah, exactly. And that analysis, which of these Hades doors do I go in, which of these powers do I want, is not based on the spending of a universal currency. And in fact, when you are asked to spend a currency, it's not a currency that applies to literally fucking everything in the game, right? It's like, okay, gold. But how many things can I spend gold on in the entire run, right? Like, there's the tactical decision of what do I buy from the shop with the gold right now, and the strategic decision of what other shops am I going to encounter later, and do I want to spend my gold on that somewhere? Like, that's a, if not solvable problem, it's at least an approachable problem to a blind player trying to sight read through the game. Golden Crown Hotel has really insane shops that have tons of items in them. I haven't played the game enough yet to really know the value of one item versus another, but there's a couple things that I know that I want that I wouldn't hate to experiment with buying with gold. Like, I don't feel paralyzed if I have to save my gold for the whole run. People just use it out of convention now. That's interesting. It's like a fiat currency. Quantitative utility. Yeah, so like the labor of rolling a compass is crystallized, right? Like the hassle of using the item to produce the thing that it does gets quantified into some value, I assume. That's interesting. Different games have interesting conversions like that. There's the interesting problem in RuneScape where, like, I mean, I would never play RuneScape with access to trading because I think it degenerates the game in a negative way, but it's funny that processed materials are always worth less than raw materials because raw materials are potential XP, and the processed material is the same value less the potential XP of processing it yourself. Unless if the potential XP is garbage, right? Like I think cannonballs in RuneScape sell for a decent amount because they give pretty shitty XP per hour if you actually process the steel bars yourself. So there you're paying for the crystallized labor. It ends up being worth more than the potential XP of a steel bar. Replacing this. I'm here. So here? Gotta blow up that shield. Could put a trap there, but I feel like that's a waste. Yeah, exactly. Just the game just collapses into that. I think more currencies and more divisions of experience points are generally a good thing for me. But then Path of Exile is a nightmare, and that's a game all about having a million currencies, so it's clearly not enough on its own to get me invested. Green, red, yellow, lime, orange, yellow. Buy expensive raw materials to turn them into 400 things that are now worthless. That sucks right there. I don't like that. Can I do something about that? Lime's not the best thing for me to have there. Probably. 900 is doable. I think that's about as much damage as I do with a diamond gem. Good call. Eve. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's just as soon as a game decides these two activities both produce the same resource, you've instantly introduced a problem, right? Unless if you have some other design space knobs you can fiddle with, right? Like these both produce the same resource, but this one costs this and this one costs that. This one does this element of damage, this one does that element of damage. When these red. Which one though? I think it's higher depending on what tier of gem you drop on it, but whatever. The small minority of items you want to buy in bulk. There's no functionality to do so from the official trade site. Talk about screaming and crying and shitting. It's that game. Never understand it. I mostly get nice comments on my my RuneScape video essay, but I recently had somebody who was like, Path of Exile is 90% dead content. Dislike. Like, oh yeah, you picking up all those drops there, bud? How much of Path of Exile does the average player give a shit about in any given patch? Not necessarily an indication of quality, right? It could have a lot of dead content and it'll be a super good game. I think that a lot of MMOs can be really good even if you're only actively playing 1% of them, but... I have another one of these that's red. No, I should have moved it on this one. Whoops. Yeah, there's lots of design space for it. In RuneScape, it works out such that every skill is its own XP pool, so like, you're not like smithing to gain character XP, you're smithing to gain smithing XP, and then there's several dozen different ways to train smithing that all have a bunch of different knobs that you can turn. Like, oh, this one's produces a lot of raw materials that you can use to make other things that you need. This one produces mostly GP, but nothing else. This one's really attentive, but really high XP per hour. This one's really chill, but really low XP per hour, right? There's a lot of knobs you can turn. And I guess games like this, where everything is mana, there's not a lot of knobs. It's like, we gotta convert mana to score. And mana can become score through the intermediate step of dealing damage, right? And I guess you can further think about ways that abstractly affect damage. Like, okay, well, slowing the enemy indirectly increases my damage because it keeps them in range of my towers for longer and keeps them, slows them down enough that they don't reach the wizard tower before they die. But you're still passing everything through this like single sieve, right? Of mana equals damage equals score. I think the way, I mentioned this a couple episodes ago, but the way the wizard tower dies if you just built something and then an enemy makes it through really discourages experimentation in this game too, because if I want to try to do something, I might drain the health that I need, because mana is also health. It's also my failure state if it hits 0. Okay. Like all the story maps are still worth revisiting, I guess, because you're looking for League things to spawn there, Spiky. It's worth going back and fighting all of the story bosses. Every enemy type has a role. There aren't enemies that are just arbitrarily excluded because they're too annoying. Do here. Trap to fire, but they give me traps. Tower to fire, but they give me towers. Okay. Probably don't want to do that, actually. I think RTS games kind of a similar. This one is mana equals damage equals score. RTS games is gold and lumber or stone or whatever equals damage equals lack of damage to the nexus, I guess. There's always a way to misspend your gold and lumber or whatever in Warcraft. Just completely fuck it up. The gap between the best play and the second best play is enormous, and the gap between the best play and the worst play is like astronomical. Hey Serp, how you doing? Grade 3, grade 1. There's gotta be like a gem. Just as a rule, it's worth dropping this tier of gem on a mana tap shrine. Probably always worth dropping any random garbage gem on all of the shrines before the map is over, and I wasted a resource if I didn't. I don't know how you land on that at all. I can merge those. It's an orange yellow. Let's see. I think this is overkill to make another one here, but whatever, it's fine. blue cyan? Yeah. Oh man, that range is nice. You can barely hit him at the spawn there. It's fine. They have you do one of each for some reason. Oh, it's nice that they give you a reason to do that. I guess I still see like the leveling process as a heavily deprecated aspect of Path of Exile. It's not something you're intended to play through and enjoy for its own sake. You're intended to get through it as quickly as possible to get to the actual game. Come on, guys, get it! See, that was one where I needed to spend my mana, but I didn't want to because I was worried I needed it to not die if they made it to my base. I can mix those. Oh, I'm gonna die from too much gem experimenting there, thinking I was okay. Maybe it'll be okay. Cyan. Oh, I screwed that up. Whoops. Cyan yellow. You're yellow. It'll be interesting if I can figure out if it's true that the problem for me begins when a game has a weird relationship to its own resources, currencies, experience points, and so forth, such that there's many ways to spend a single currency, and that the gap between spending it wisely and spending it poorly is enormous. I think that's in common for games that are frustrating, or parts of games that are frustrating for me, but I'd have to think about it more to see if there's a exception to the rule that I'm not thinking of. "40 battles in normal." Nice. I gotta level up. Oh, god damn it, I keep clicking that by accident. That makes sense. Probably still worth putting points in that. Some of them are only good when you max them out. Some of them are terrible to max out. It's hard to eyeball which is which. So is it a relationship between choices, how choices are presented to the player, how many choices are given, what the consequences for each choice are, and how degenerate each choice is? Like, if it all just boils down to score or damage or whatever. I think there are probably only a few cards in Slay the Spire, for example, where it's like always wrong to take that card. It's probably cards that are like lower value than average, that like a smart player would probably never or very rarely take, but that like a newbie who's never played it before isn't going to lose the game because they pick that card, right? Whereas in a game like this, there's some number of towers that I can build that I'm just fucking up now. Like, I might lose the game because I wasted mana on a tower that could have gone to a higher level gem or something. Start combining these. I'm not getting the benefit of the dual gems. I'm gonna die. And maybe I'll barely survive. Purple cyan, pure purple. Do that. It's not the right tier. Really don't want that to be a pure gem. It's kind of bad. So I can mix it. That's purple cyan. There's some relationship, for example, in this game between two grade 6 gems and two different towers versus a single grade 7 gem. I don't know what that relationship is. Does a single grade 7 gem do more damage than two grade 6 gems? Discounting for the fact that, like, if you have two gems, they both get to fire at the same time, whereas a single gem can only fire once. Probably. There's probably a way to figure that out. That one's cyan. Okay. I think that purple cyan. Okay. I think that higher level gems are more powerful than I intuit. Like, it's better to have a tier 7 gem than two tier 6 gems. But I don't know how to eyeball that at all. I feel it in my bones, for lack of a better word. Is on the way. Orange cyan, I can mix those finally. Oops, that might... Hopefully that doesn't kill me. My mana's pretty low right now. Alright, we're okay. But it's often hard to tell. feel like I've crossed some threshold in this game where I just have such a ridiculously high recharge rate and range modifier that the base difficulty of the game has dropped precipitously, right? I hope one of these games gets rid of skills or reinterprets skills as a level-specific modifier as opposed to something I have infinite control over. Because I think it undermines the design of the rest of the game. Like, I'm actually really curious whether some of these later stages are possible with no skills, with, like, perfect play. I have no idea. I think it turns out it's really hard to give the player free choice without it undermining level design really badly. Yeah, and I think instead if this game did a thing that was like, on this level, dual gems are twice as effective, or on this level, your gem recharge speed is 20% higher, or on this level, your range is higher, right? Like, that might help you to learn something about what they intend you to do on the specific level, instead of just like grabbing an OP strategy and just using it on every single stage without thinking. I don't know. It's a puzzle. Might never be able to figure it out. All right, what we got here? These last few stages have really just given you a lot of obvious choke points. They're at least like they have the thing that's blocking your tower placement, but who cares? Like I still have plenty of fine places to put towers. That's a lot of squares. Oh shit, they gave me a big old orange gem there. That's nice. That to be like here, since it's probably not going to get a better pure gem of that tier. It's not for a long time. Orange purple. Cyan, pure orange. I need to start mixing these, I think. Knowing that on average 2 will outpace a single tier 7 is helpful, because I can't feel that because of all the other variables on enemies. Lime orange. Orange purple, lime orange, purple cyan. Don't have. Okay, purple Cyan can go up. Don't have a lime purple. Tempted to make a lime purple. One of these is lime. Purple cyan. Okay, mix those. Try to work towards purple cyan. Maintain that I think orange is OP, or range is OP, increased range. It seems to scale with the increase to range of higher tier gems. Pure orange. Cyan, pure lime. It's also purple cyan. Cyan, purple, and purple cyan. Okay. Getting there. Okay, gotta get that one level higher. I don't think I want this game to be like overlaid with a million different like graphs and bars explaining my current like DPS and kills per hour or whatever, but like I'm curious what like 3 pieces of information could be added to the screen to help my brain passively learn better. If in fact anything can be done that's that effective. That is orange purple. Okay, do something with that. God, that gem is just like annihilating anything that touches it. If I could see overkill, that might help a little bit. I don't know where you would show it, like when the creature dies, if they had a bigger explosion or something based on how much you overkilled them by. So I can't really follow how much damage I'm doing. Is that purple cyan? Until a boss shows up, which is often too late. % better against weak enemies, 200% better against tough enemies. Yeah, 1.4% chance to do 3.5% more damage. 3.5% chance to do 1.4% more damage. Exactly. Huzzah! Well, Diablo's can't give you a green number. Diablo 3 mostly was able to, ish. Builds weren't complicated enough that you had to do a bunch of arcane math to figure anything out, but maybe you just take it to the point where the cost goes back up. Is that all it is? That would be pretty stupid if that's the case. I'm going to forget the way I had this laid out before, and I'm going to really regret it. These ones I basically need to max, so I don't want to mess around with that at all. Let's see if I have enough to get, like, poison gems. Yeah, maybe that makes a difference. I don't know. If I completely, like, faceplant on the next map, I know it's because I move skill points around like that. Okay. It's the boss. Well, it's probably not great for me to try it on a boss level. Let me do an alternate mode for one of these stages. Just do endurance, I guess. Okay, so we're here. Get some starting traps. Everybody has to pass through that tile. Oh, I shouldn't have put that there. Shit. Start. Whoops. Wrong button. Let's combine those. Okay, let's see what happens. I wish that just wasn't an option. Like, it seems like it's a really, really, really trivial misplay. One of those, like, it's like a fucking Spinal Tap problem. Like, just make the skill tree stop 3 ranks lower if that's the best place to stop. Yeah, but these go to 11. Orange, red, pure orange. Okay. Helpful to try to model in my mind what is the difference between I agree with the statement that Magic the Gathering needs to have bad cards, because part of the player experience of getting good at Magic the Gathering is understanding which cards are good and which cards are bad. Every card can't be good, and in fact, some cards need to be deliberately bad for the mana curve or whatever. And I think that is a true statement to say of all video games. But I think there's a significant gap between that and should players be allowed to trivially misplay, to perform some action that is so bad, right, and so punishing. You don't unlock the ability to level the skills to 7 until they're all at 7. Would be my answer to that. Oh. Okay, well, I didn't get annihilated, but I also didn't do great. I can't feel if the extra green gem efficacy was worth everything I deleted there. I know these are basically the only skills I give a shit about at all. Let's try the boss level. That's supposed to be a gate, but it looks like a little beard. Destroy every arcane lock before you kill all the monsters. Kill the guardian and its minions. Okay. You need grade 3 gems to destroy those. It's lime purple. Oh shit, that's already a mixed gem. God, I hope the later games make the dual gems visually more clear. That is yellow-green. That is orange. Okay. May as well put traps down, but I guess they come in from different directions. Maybe that's actually not correct. Yeah, it's orange with 2 pixels of green at the bottom right. I don't know why they do a thing where it's like you can combine a red gem and a blue gem and the gem is purple, but a red-blue gem is not the same thing as a purple gem. So like bifurcate it, right? Like make the one half of the gem red, one half of the gem blue. It's fine. Maximize the area that each of these is touching. Lime purple, yellow green, blue something, probably blue orange. Shit. Man. Living for that range upgrade. To get a bunch of mana ups here, I guess. Yellow, green. Want orange first, because that's where I get extra mana. Bosses. Yellow, green, lime purple. I don't have anything that's cyan yet. Okay. Blue orange is this guy. Okay. Gotta start breaking the locks somewhat soonish. Guess I'll worry about it. It's half. It is kind of interesting that they like basically require you to waste some mana to beat the level. I don't hate that. Probably best to like do that as late in the level as possible, but I don't really care. It's fine. Yellow green. That one's pure cyan, which isn't great. Orange, I guess. Enemies are starting to get pretty scary here. Sick beat. Lime purple. And it really wants to give me these orange blue gems. Cyan orange. Okay, can make that work. And here's another situation, like, is it even worth getting mana at this point? I don't know what this game could do to, like, visually convey the benefit of mana pool increases. Maybe if it showed me the difference between my mana gain if I had never pressed the button versus the number of times I had pressed the button or something. Just optional overlays that I could turn on for like training wheels or something. Like I said, I heavily overvalued that. When I was first learning. Maybe I want this guy here instead. I think mana pool upgrades are still quite good, but it's hard for me to tell like when they become good, if that makes sense. Cyan orange. This level is like insanely easier than the previous boss stage, probably just because of the range and recharge speed upgrades. The range is ridiculous. Like normally I think this gem wouldn't even be able to hit. It might be able to just barely hit that corner at level 7. Blue orange. Oh fuck, I did that wrong. I didn't realize that that wasn't ready to combine. I think I just accidentally wasted a gem by doing that. I'm not sure. Cyan orange. About to be boss time. We'll see how this goes. Like I want to conserve mana to do stuff. Coming from all entrances. So like killing the little ones is causing like armor damage to the big one? Is that what's happening? Okay, yes, that is what's happening. In that case, we should just be fine. Doodaloo, 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 doo doo. Doodaloo, 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 doo. It's only a 6. I guess I gotta move my 7 there, but whatever, we got it. Just... This game has like, it's not an upside down difficulty curve, it's like a difficulty peak. The middle of the game is insanely harder than the beginning or the end. It's like there's a point in the game where the levels start to assume that you have a bajillion skills, but you don't actually have a bajillion skills yet. And you need to do well on the levels to get more XP to get more skills. But you can't, it's like a version of the Devil May Cry problem, I think. I feel so powerful. Eight, 8, 8, 7, 7, 7. Let's stay in this regime for a bit, shall we? I'm gonna see if there's like one of these that I'm ignoring. Max mana at the beginning of each battle. Max mana isn't the same thing as starting with more mana though, right? There are specific gems. I wish I knew what these armor games upgrades were. They don't create towers for most of the mission. Don't create traps for most of the mission. That could be good if I'm doing a trap build. Banishment is preparing for, it's like investing in failure. Faster deployment is only if I'm playing badly. So yeah, I think that these are the skills that matter. I guess getting some of these gems might be worth it. Put everything down to 7, I guess. No, I think I can permanently not get those upgrades, sadly. 1% range, 3% max damage, 2% fire rate, 2% min damage. Probably fire rate. Just since that gets better the higher level the gem is. Alright, well this is an interesting level layout. I'm here. Only one undestroyable building. I can fill these up, but this building, I guess it just means I have to destroy that building. So hey, it's like it's a video game. Video game. How dare you? I wish that wasn't so goddamn variable, because I'm just gonna reload it until it... I know it can do 900 damage, right? Unless if there's like a feature of this level where that thing is harder to destroy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Woosah. It's okay, it's fine. Chill out. They're all based on gem bombs. Oh, okay. I don't feel like I'm missing out on too much. Red, orange. Really glad that they got rid of random gem colors in the later games. Hey, thank you, Chaos. Appreciate that. How have you been? Red, orange, red, purple, purple, cyan, cyan. Finally on the home stretch for this D&D prep. Oh, nice. That game is so good. Makes me angry. Which one of these was cyan? They're both red. Okay. Glad to hear it. I've had bad luck with getting people to play it. I have one friend who really likes Outer Wilds, but engaged with Tunic as a Death's Door type Souls-like game and never encountered the like La Mulana slash Outer Wilds part of the game. I'm like, oh, I stopped playing, I'm over it. Screaming. I think the game is good though because it takes the risk that you won't encounter that stuff. Like I think that's part of what makes it so awesome. There's never like a point where there's a big cutscene that says, watch out for crazy shit in our game. Oh. Pain. Yeah, exactly. Do you think that Square actually added that, like, against Yoko Taro's wishes? It's pretty funny. I don't even have a single yellow gem, do I? My attitude during Nier Automata is one of the things I really regret on stream. But I guess we didn't really have the vocabulary as a channel yet to say like, hey, this is a Nier Automata like game. Trust it. And I guess if Yoko Taro did another game like that, I would have the trust already in place. That was a real stinker about that game. I think the things I was a stinker about still hold true, but none of it matters once you actually finish it, so it was immaterial, right? It would be like finishing Tunic and then complaining about the dodge roll not being responsive or something. It's like, okay, well, it doesn't really affect like the core experience of the game. But I guess it would if it made you quit playing, right? Which is the problem I've encountered with trying to get some of my friends to play it. Let's see. Here, maybe? Probably do one there to start. I feel like this happened in GemCraft 1 as well. That, like, there's this gigantic difficulty peak at the mid-game, and then you get some combination of skills that just, like, trivialize all the content. So it's like you're on the cusp of learning real lessons about how you're supposed to play it, and then the skills just let you break the game. I guess I have that in RTS games too. It's like, all right, you get this unit that's really good for deathballing and trivial to build. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna stop learning then. This is good enough. It'll get me to the finish line every time, and that's all that matters. Definitely want pure gems back. Yeah, that helps. Well, things are looking okay for a minute there. Once this happens, I'm like paralyzed. I was like, okay, well, I can't build more towers because I need the mana to like not die. I guess I destroy this so I can build a tower here. Also, the cost of destroying the like tower blockers is basically gone at this stage of the game. It used to be like extremely expensive to spend a tier 3 gem. Now it's like, well, whatever, who cares? Cyan purple, cyan orange, orange purple. Do a double take, that long to beat. I think that how long to beat derives from the multiple modes for each individual level, which are actually reasonably compelling. I'm not going to do all of them, but like you need to get XP, because it's like you can only get so much XP from beating a stage. You get XP equal to your best attempt at it, so like you'll get the most XP from your first attempt, and then you'll get diminishing returns each time you revisit the level to try to beat it better. But you get a chance to get XP from scratch if you beat it in another mode like Swarm or something, so it's a pretty good reason to do every stage 5, 6, 7 times with the different modes turned on. I do think the next stage in the evolution of the design is to get rid of skills and make skills be level modifiers. So instead of you can level up gem mastery, there's a stage that effectively has dual gem mastery or whatever. But I don't know where it actually ends up going. Two orange cyans. Do orange purple, that's fine. Thank you, Fire Speed, paying the bills there. No, I missed it. Was it cool? Yeah. There's a common refrain on this channel. Purple, orange, 5. Oh, that's frustrating. I should play some of the more standard tower defense games. Like, I've never played Plants vs. Zombies. That seems like that's a game that's more designed to be accessible and sight readable, maybe. It's hard for me to diagnose with GemCraft, like, how much of this is arbitrary level design and players are, like, finding the diamonds in the rough, like they're, like, playing with a game that wasn't really designed to be sight read or played for the first time, and players have just uncovered it and, you know, found the game in the game, right? I'm not saying that the levels are badly designed, but there's not a lot of, like, direction to them. It's like, oh, here's another screen. You know, there's, like, some places where I can't build towers and the like, but they're not really placed with any intent, it feels like. Cost 6, another 2%. That might be too expensive to justify it all. That's to max it, I guess. Can always reset it afterward. Let's do range. Although 1% range. I think the fact that it goes down to 1% suggests they know that range is really powerful. Endgame maps with power tower locations. You just build 10 around the starting point because you literally can't build all of them and have them all function. Video games. Yeah. Like, this one's interesting. There's a whole bunch of infested buildings, right? So theoretically, I could, like, blow up the infested buildings. There's no, like, things blocking me from what I can and can't build. But I don't see why I wouldn't still just put some towers over here where all the paths converge. I'm not even sure if destroying the buildings is worth it, given what it does to your score from enemies not spawning from them anymore. How many tier 3s can I? Just 3? And I have to still build a tower to do something. Oh, and then I have the lack of certainty that I'm actually going to destroy these buildings, right? Yeah, motherfucker. That might kill me. I don't know what the banishment cost is on these motherfuckers. Oh, that exit's there. Cool. Didn't know that. Oops. And it doesn't even start coming out until later in the waves. Okay. It's orange green. I gotta destroy that building there. Okay. Green cyan, orange green, pure red. Okay. There's green. Okay. That's green cyan. That's pure cyan. Cyan, okay. Go on that one. Oh, the game is so cursed. That goes on here. It's unfortunate. Amber alert. Okay. Back to map. Hey, is that every gem color? How many levels have I had where that's a possibility? Probably not many. Well, that's gonna make dual gems a pain in the fucking ass, but let's see what happens. What's the deal here? Oh, they give me a bunch of free towers. That's always fun. And they're in a not completely terrible spot, although the ones in the back aren't going to be able to touch jack shit, right? Okay. Got invulnerability, healing, because if I only place them here, it doesn't really matter. The healing is bad because if they make it to the exit, then any damage I dealt to them gets reset. Okay, there's no way I'm gonna remember what all these gem combinations are, so pray at this stage, I guess. These are both pure orange. Do something like that. Pure orange. Not ideal. The yellow. Green lime, green orange. Okay, that one's pure orange still. This is a slightly more interesting stage. Oh, that invulnerability lasts a really long time. That's extremely bad. I think I appreciated that before. Green, purple. Any of these have blue in them? No. Of course not. It's got lime. Green, purple. I can do purple there. Green, purple, green, orange. Already used up my lime. Which of these, if any, has blue? None of them have blue. Perfect. Okay. Let's get some blue running here. You can do green lime. Lime, orange, green, purple. Okay. Getting there. Green, orange. The game gives me anything, jeez. There's orange. Okay. So we got green, purple, and lime, orange. So I can do lime. I don't have any greens. That's orange. Okay. Combine those, finally. Cyan, lime. Orange, yellow I can do. Okay. This feels like a very different stage of the way I'm currently playing through it, to just try to maintain as many dual gems as possible. It's actually kind of interesting. These are pure, right? This one's cyan, so I can do that. Trying to do green, red. That's green purple. A lime in here somewhere. Lime orange. Yellows. My one yellow, okay. Green lime, green orange, cyan lime, lime orange, green red, green purple. Okay, none of those are helpful. That's helpful. Can't do much with that, I don't think. Green purple. I think we're fine here. I'm doing all this work for a little payoff at the moment. I wonder what they could change the failure condition to. Or if they could just remove the failure condition outside of boss levels. Like, just have it so that when enemies reach your base, it just puts your score in the negative. Right, it's kind of like how Rock Band figured out that no fail mode is fine, because if you don't fail, your score is still worse if you hit enough bad notes that you would have failed. So they moved to a model where you could just turn on no fail mode and it doesn't affect whether it registers your score or if you can gold start or whatever. Because like if you gold start it, you wouldn't have failed it, right? I think it's kind of the same thing here. It's like, well, I really want score, and the failure state is kind of uninteresting. It just sort of like discourages me from experimenting at the most interesting point in the game. I think that this game is most interesting when you need to like do something drastic to save yourself from dying. That's the exact instant where you're disincentivized from spending mana because you need the mana to survive the banishment cost, right? I bet they could just make your score go negative and have it make you get a lower score if the banishes happen. I don't think it would really like change the core gameplay terribly much. These are all destroyable buildings, but they all come off from off screen anyway, so who cares? Guess we go like here, maybe. Cover as much territory as humanly possible. It's too bad. I was hoping for a dual gem there. Just give me oranges. That's fine, I guess. Problem with Osu, you had the most fun playing maps on the upper end of the difficulty level that you could pass, but the game only rewards you for full combos on maps a couple steps below that. Yeah, it's an extension of the... I have this core memory of playing Rock Band with my friend Kat and needing to like pass the campaign mode, so consistently playing songs that were like 2 or 3 difficulty tiers lower than what we were actually having fun with, because that was what would get us progress in the game. Purple, a blue, yellow, and a pure blue by default. Okay. I'll give you some weird dual gems in some of these stages. They don't seem to really connect to anything. That's blue-yellow, even though it looks purple. Whoops. Hey, orange-purple. Orange-green. Probably destroy those buildings. Yeah, right. That's especially heinous if it happens in rhythm games where, like, playing on a lower difficulty is, like, actively unfun. Once you're good enough to play at a higher difficulty, that is. Cannot get the colors I need for the life of me here. They just not exist? Is that why I can't get them? Because this is a shit gem? Okay. Orange, green, orange, green. Purple, orange. Orange, purple. Green, purple. That's so weird. Such an arbitrary scoring choice. Does it work that way because of, like, the way elite beat agents worked or something like that? Purple, orange. Is it elite beat agents? I've never played those, but I'm, like, aware of them. Oh, I see. Green, purple. Fairly significant amount of my time now is just, like, managing my dual gems in every level and then waiting on my skills to win the stage for me. I guess maybe that's part of the issue, is that, like, nothing can really change about the game's core structure. Like, you don't get introduced to boss monsters partway through the game or armored creatures partway through the game. Like, you kind of get... I guess they could give you, like, a really insane run of waves or something where there's just a ridiculous number of enemies compared to what you're used to, but I think once you pass the point where you can handle them, there's not much room for the game to evolve from a difficulty perspective. Orange, purple, orange. Orange again. Green, purple, pure purple. Really interested to see whatever the most recent GemCraft game is. I'd love to see the change in design from the first one to the most recent one. Simplistic but difficult to aim charts. Right, it just kind of arises naturally from that geometry. Alright, so we're here. Give us 2 traps. Every creature has to move through, which isn't bad. What are the colors for this stage? We should show that at the top of the screen. Yellow and purple only, which is good for dual gem mastery. It means I won't really be able to upgrade that orange gem. As I can if I do that and just make it a dual gem. You feeding the starving baby kitties, Andrea? Thank you. They're starving and they've never eaten before, and they've only heard the legends of food. Can you imagine how hard it must be to be a kitty?
Ooh.
Sleep all day.
What world?
These guys are interesting. Yellow, purple, orange, yellow. Orange, purple, you're yellow. Yes.
I've changed my mind about the card. Do you need it?
No, I don't need it.
You need the card?
No.
Okay.
All fours. Okay, I can do that. Kind of annoying. I just occasionally hit the mana button. I've tried to stop thinking about it. If I think about it, I'll go mad. It's like the ant gazing upon the circuit board and suddenly understanding that, like, the strange monoliths have a purpose. I want to keep this as a pure gem. Good. Okay. Need another yellow to upgrade that one. You keep giving me purples. Ow. I do think they could project incoming damage to mana from what's currently on the board. That would help me a little bit to know if I can play it fast and loose or if I have to be like really cautious. It may have just failed from tapping the mana pool there. I honestly have no idea. Apparently not. Okay. Huzzah! Higher level. Okay, so I was going to drop a point in one of these. This one. Okay. And temporarily put a point in one of these guys, maybe. Initial mana, mana replenish, gem creating and combining cost. That. Plenty of XP to farm next time if I so choose. Wait, what was the... Red, blue, lime, orange. So, an invincibility thing that I'm probably going to have to destroy because it lasts long enough to be a problem. 2 buildings that I can optionally destroy. Weird tower blocks that don't make a ton of sense to me. Start with that, I guess. Okay, so the invulnerability thing is a problem immediately. Interesting. Boom. Fine. That is red lime. That is not orange. I want to destroy this building. Red lime, pure orange. Might mix those, I guess. 2 orange limes. Just pressing mana for no reason. Maybe it mattered, maybe it didn't. There's no way to know. That's where traps would be helpful, but maxed out movement speed also is fine, it seems like. I have no blues yet. I just happen to have not pulled any. Orange, orange lime, red lime. I think I haven't really seen any reds either, weirdly enough. Thought that was part of the level, maybe not. Of course. Go right there, that's fine. There's a red. Every time you hear that mana pool noise, just know that I pressed it for no reason. Like there. Why not? I wanted to hear a donk noise. How about another one? Sure. And again. Just gotta chillax. You gotta press forward to donk sometimes. Oh shit, I might die. No, apparently not. Donk, donk, donk. Ooh, what's this? 60 normal battles. Nice. I feel like I've done more normal maps in this stream than I have in all previous streams combined. Exactly. Yellow, orange, and cyan. What the fuck is happening here? 900, 900. You have to come through here. It's a weird path. That trap is in like an awful spot. Let me populate these all with shit gems and then start working on destroying buildings, I guess. and then reload if the building destruction doesn't pay off. Oh my god. Why are you like this game? That should not have that much RNG on it. When it's, I think if you hit a building, buildings should just die. If it has, it should have a little thing on it that says this dies to a tier 3 gem or something, you know? Oh, their path is really silly, so these guys don't reach them unless if they're really high level gems. Okay. I do not know what most of these are. Yellow, cyan, orange, yellow, cyan, orange, yellow, cyan. Seems prudent. I don't think this one has path blocking. Correct me if I'm wrong. There was trenches in the first game. They replaced them with slow traps in this one. I missed that those are both yellow orange. Whoops. It's not a mistake I can't recover from, but kind of a potentially cool bit of design space, I suppose. Now I can combine those guys. Hey, this name, how you doing? It's going all right. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I've passed the difficulty spike in the middle of the game, and now can kind of just donk my way to victory with no mental conception whatsoever of what I'm doing or why. Same. Turn it into a low-stakes color matching game. Oh, that was a wave. So you can put a trap there for that. Great if that was poison, but I don't have access in this level. Oh, I fucked up that one. Shit. It's really annoying. Stonk. Worried about dying there. I might now. Shit. Hey guys, Smiley, how you doing? At least they're not healing. Say I might die to having swapped those gems when I did, but it looks like I'm okay. Orange. Do the one I screwed up. It's like a triple gem. Orange cyan. Going a little south on me there, right at the end. Okay. All right, level up. So we take a point away from this one. Recharge is maxed. Can't quite max range yet, but we're close. I guess put this back then. It's fine. Most games plus 1% to anything is like an imperceptible increase. But I think that there's some kind of like exponential effect happening with the fact that it applies to the higher tier gems. And it applies to, because the enemies are moving smoothly throughout the stage, right? So being able to hit them 1% sooner, every single enemy getting to roll that every single time, I think it's more effective than it sounds like it is. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I have no idea how you're supposed to tell how anything works in this game, so that's what my vibe is saying. 1% range is a big deal. Okay. So, bunch of 900 health buildings, tower, and they're coming from everywhere regardless, so it doesn't super matter. It blocked me from building a tower right there. Actually a okay place to put one. Probably destroy the optional buildings. Let's see why not. Yeah, it seems like if 19% range isn't enough for you to reach, or like this guy to reach the start of here, but 20% is, that's fucking ridiculous, right? If it goes from not being able to do anything for seconds while it waits for monsters to come into range to being able to hit all of them the moment they spawn. Just start destroying some of these. I might not be prepared for this. Let's see what happens. No, we're fine. Maybe not with regular ads. No, we're still fine. Okay. Whatever you say, game. Lime orange, orange blue. But those ones get past me. It's like perfect storm of armor or something. Donk for no reason. Blue lime, lime orange. Got the blue lime. These guys... It says they're armored, but like barely? These guys are like mini bosses. A lot of health. Do that. Wait till we get a grade 5 gem here. Donk. Come in. That's not what I wanted. I think another thing that might be slightly helpful would be if when you're like going to create a gem, it would like fill up to show you how close you are to the next gem, right? Doesn't have to like put the digit on there for the mana, but it'd be nice to know if I'm like halfway to making one more kill away from making one. Okay, do that. It's fine. Actually the same on all of these buttons. A little cooldown, like have it fill up until it's ready. That would let me eyeball more quickly, like how worth it is to use mana. Probably take that a step further and like once it's already available, start to like count how many consecutive times I could activate it with the mana pool that I currently have. Because if this said that I could activate mana pool like 4 times, I'm like, oh, maybe I should press the 4 button because I have a bunch of those saved up. It must mean I haven't hit it in a while since the cost scales with the number of times you've made it during the game, right? That would go a really long way, I think. I need more info that I'm not actively paying attention to that I can just kind of see in my peripheral vision that can kind of help inform me what the state of the board is. I think it's possible to display that information without cluttering the screen with like graphs or something, right? You'd use the existing UI elements. 6 gems. Orange is one of them. Okay. Probably the last stage for today. Where are we going here? There's an invulnerability thing because you basically need to destroy that to start the level or you're gonna have a bad time. Okay. Now I have to come through here. Oh, no traps, alright. That's fine. Purple, orange, and orange, green. Donk. Already almost hit that tile. Fuck, that's cyan, not blue. I don't think that's a game-ending mistake, but it's pretty stupid. God damn it, dumbass. Would have an undo button. Cyan. None of these have red in them. Orange, green. Purple, orange. Okay, I could do that. Mix those. That is blue-green, apparently. One of these orange? That one is. The ones that are too high level for me to do anything about right now. Okay. Blue green. Cyan. Red cyan and blue green are almost identical looking to my eye. Blue green. Okay, give me one. There it is. Orange, green, purple, orange. Do purple, orange. And then orange, green. So I got, what can I do here? Red cyan, blue green, orange green, purple orange. Beat up those big boys at range. That's not blue, that's red cyan. Okay. That's cyan. Oh, we're done. Huzzah. Alright, future Marstead, you're kind of in the more chill phase of this game. You can kind of just do levels and it's fine because your skills are crazy good. Right now, it's probably too expensive to continue putting lots of points into these guys or these guys, but my assessment is that these 4 skills and these 3 skills are the best skills in the game. I think these skills are pretty good, but only when you max them. And some of the gems are way better than other ones. Like, I think the next best one you can do is probably a poison gem mastery, and then start consistently building a trap in your level for poison. That might help you solve the swarm problem that you occasionally have. But other than that, I mean, even though these are really expensive to put points into, putting points in them has made the game way easier than it was last episode. Like, you're not really having to think anymore to win, so I think you're going to be okay. Yeah. Sure, I think it auto-saves, but I'll do a manual save here real quick, just in case. My oldest one, this one. Cool. Thanks, everybody. GemCraft will be back next sub-block or when it wins the vote.